Hopefully that wasn't too big of an interruption. I'm still here. Might need a refresh. Well, again, just wishing I'll keep an Oscar in my thoughts. You should be able to close these now. All right. So I think we have all the meshes set up properly. Actually, I know one thing I wanted to do is retopo the face. I actually should have named the stream UV mapping because that's probably what really needs to happen right now. I'm always so ready to get into painting. Forget about UV mapping now. Sad. All right. So here we can just disable these. We'll make a new collection. Ooh, not duplicate, just new. And this will be body mesh. Boom. That way I can just enable that. I wish that I could see objects in the hierarchy. Can I do that? Show only selectable objects. Restrictions. Probably could, but for now, just put them in the collection. What an interesting creature. Yeah. Apparently they're like kind of like a otter. Come together pretty well though, and I can show you the reference images too, so you get an idea of what we're going to be ending up at. So I need to make a lot of the splotches and be good to go. Or the patterns, yeah, say pattern. And then got a little collar, and then we do need to finish up the sundress too. So yeah, definitely named this stream improperly. Well, maybe I should name it after knowing what I'm going to be doing. Okay, so for the head, I think we'll go ahead and make the high poly right now. So I'll just go ahead and duplicate the collection this time, take the whole thing, rename high poly, save, and with this selected, we'll go over to scripting, open up my rename script. Boom. We're targeting high. We want to switch to low. That's incorrect. We want to go the other way. Save. All right. Back to here. And oh wait, scripting. Have that selected. Okay, so it renamed all the objects, and I just have to do the collections now. Future, I should Switch that up. I guess, no, it's only searching for, doesn't matter. And probably be worth my time. But every time I open up the scripting editor, it always takes a little bit longer than I think. Hybrid or original species thing. You said I didn't catch it. Getting some breakfast going. Ooh, breakfast. I believe it's just like inspired, like it's definitely a hybrid animal. So there's like they're kind of mentioning stoats and otters. So I guess like aquatic mammal, like a beaver. Wait, are stoats? I guess I was thinking of what are those called? Platypuses. The ultimate, the actual hybrid. Would not have guessed. Mustelid, lol. Yeah, I'm not sure what's it's probably most likely just like a, should actually name the nose. Amalgamation. I love that word. Need to remove the high poly here. Actually, we probably can include it. I don't know if that would make an issue. Well, if there's an issue later with exporting things, let's assume it's because there's a curve in here. All right. I'm going to swap these positions. A proper, unique creature. Exactly. Exactly. And then nothing too crazy here. I think everything's good. All right. So the main reason we did that is so we can take our body here and we're actually going to turn it into a sculpt. So I think we'll apply the mirror. Let's make sure we're only editing this, which sculpt. Add mod. Boom. Boom. You know, I could just do a multi-res. No, every time I do a multi-res, I get stuck in editing it. It's always a pain. Okay, just turn up that resolution. Something crazy. We're at 1.4 million. That sounds good. Apply the subdivision. And yeah, we'll just work with it like this. Cool. All right. So let's get in and do some sculpting. The reason we're going to do this first, because I do want to retopologize the head a bit more. It's kind of goofy. Well, the topology is goofy. The like middle of the face does not have enough resolution. Plugged in. Oops. Something like that. Oh, I need to send some messages on Discord, actually. Matte caps are not always the best. I don't know what I'm looking for, but it's not these. I wish you could adjust like the brightness of this right in here. That'd be nice. I should get some better matcat textures. Okay, we're gonna go with this one. Start by smoothing this out. Just be like enough. Let's see now. Let's go to Studio and switch it to this one. Yeah, that's better. All right, where's the I should be using symmetry. Oh, that's strong. Or subdivided mesh. Let's go ahead and use our rematch. Well, something like that. Hopefully that's good. Boop. Sometimes it does not work. Dun, 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 dun. That's some music. Yep. Oh, wow. Okay, that was definitely too much for the remesh. Proper crashed it. Actually, I close to getting into Unity. All right, so it looks like we stopped at setting everything up and renaming things. Perfect. Okay, let's make a backup copy just in case, because I don't want to crash another time. And so we'll say free sculpture. Should be a good way to remember what's going on. All right, all right. We already applied. It doesn't looks like we had just applied the mirror mod. Yeah, this is as I'd want to go. Let's make sure everything was zeroed. Honestly, I don't feel like it should have broken. Entirely sure what led to that because it shouldn't be that dense. Point 0.1. Maybe let's just do 0.01 just to see. Definitely too low res. So we'd want to go like 1 order of magnitude below that, but not too far. Right. I suppose there's no way to avoid that intersection there. I'd actually want to smooth it out now. I suppose in the sculpture we'll have to kind of lift them because I don't want any extreme ambient occlusion in here or normal baking issues. In fact, I probably need to do that on the low poly as well because I'd want to bake it and then we would just have to pose it afterwards. Interesting. Okay, so let's delete this one. Go back to here, duplicate and send over to the high poly. Okay. Before we apply it, we'll just select to link object data. That way we can update just one of them. Is select the breast. Go here, select the boundary loop, put our cursor here. Do that same selection again. Yep, I'm clicking. We just gotta rotate cursor. Let's lower that a little bit. Right about there and use fall off to adjust. Okay. Just a wireframe. It's definitely gonna look odd before because we're gonna have to fix that rotation kind of down the road. And that's okay. Just how it's going to be for right now. So we can even that out a little bit though. Because I really would prefer having a simple bake and adjusting the low poly mesh afterwards than having a complicated bake, a complicated texturing. Because that sucks. So that shouldn't have too harsh of a shadow when we bake. And so we'll have this one go back to just the high poly. We're going to make a make single user the object data. Boom. Okay, so now it's its own thing again. Body. Sculpt. Also, I think they just added this in Blender, but if you rename, at least I just learned of it, if you rename something twice, it now overwrites the other object instead of never allowing you to rename the current object, which is cool. All right, so once again, subdivision. Apply the mirror. Turn this up to 3. Apply. Save. Wireframe, save again. And let's go into remeshing. 0.003, I believe is what we left at. Remesh. Yeah. Okay. A little crunchy. What's that wireframe? We could go denser. All right, one more time. Kind of want to match this density. Zero. 1.5. We'll half that, so it should be twice as dense. Don't crash. Whatever you do, don't crash. All right, good. Main reason for that is to clean up the lips here. Which, what I might do before I send it out is make a little tube and shrink wrap these to the tube, or transfer normals to the high poly. So you can't transfer normals to the high poly. So yeah, we'd probably shrink wrap and just ensure nice and smooth. Cool. So now we can actually make more. Usually I start with this step. Switching it up a little bit. Can't get too invested in making like anatomically correct, because the actual model is going to benefit from being stylized. So I don't need to get it like, you can keep it in the realm of stylized. To get too crazy, especially like here in the joints. If I want to sharpen that crease later, I'll do it on the low poly, so I don't have to deal with really complex bakes. That can just take entire time on a project. Keep this open again. Reiterate what I was going to say, but I won't this time. Get that going. Move that a bit. Actually, retain some of that form of the normal. Time to sculpt a butt crack. There we go. Nothing too crazy. I'd really love to make these normals in here nice and smooth. Um, what I really realized, what's kind of cool in Blender that I think is underutilized or I didn't know about for a long time is like you can just export whatever pose you want, and then that's the default pose that comes into Unity. It's like if you have an A pose character, you can just export it as a T pose directly from Blender just by putting on a little, maybe that position is awesome. Let's find a flatten. I don't want it to be too flat. Just kind of capture some of that planar quality. Didn't mean to click that. Keyboard's all the wrong spot. Oh. Okay. Hands still look weird. I'm gonna flatten out that quite a bit. Dun, 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 dun. Boom. Boom. Much better. Let's do a little bit more here. And a little more here. Hello, Bojo. Welcome. Been working on a silly model for a few days, and I managed to make 5,000 poly look really good with a 1D gradient texture. Somehow not caring, made progress. Made more progress than actually trying. Why? You know, what's nice about art in a lot of ways is there's not a right answer, you know? Like you could just play off, if you just follow something long enough, you're probably making something pretty good. The fun part. If you're having fun, then you're probably doing something right. this. You're welcome to share if you'd like. I'd be happy to take a look if you've got some screenshots. If you'd like to share. No pressure. Cool. Keep face there. Maybe make the head just a wee bit bigger. Okay. There we go. That should be pretty solid. Just a little lumpy right on the back, but we're going to be covered up with hair, so no one will know. No one will know. Actually, looks good. Yeah. Okay. So now go back for low poly. We're going to use the high poly we just made as our guide. So in fact, we'll use a shrink wrap. Boom. Onto the high poly. We look at the wireframe. The high poly. We can now move stuff around. It's pretty good. I'd like to straighten that out. Let's connect better. Right, not too shabby. Cool. Things look good. I'm going to duplicate the shrink wrap, apply it. Oh. There is another object that is using this data. Just one more. Must be the body data transfer. Let's try this one more time. And should be pretty good. Now we go back in here with our relax and slide. Actually, yeah. Do a bit of this. Beautiful. And let's see what we can do about this one. Yeah, nice. Very cool. Worked really well. I did not have high hopes for that, but that worked well. Okay. So, turn the shrink wrap back off. Let's make sure that our center is still, in fact, exactly at center. That is the one downside of a shrink wrap modifier. So you always need to double check that. Oh. Okay. Everything looks good. Save. Right, but the whole point of doing that was actually to break this resolution apart right here. Because I don't quite like how sharp it is. I'd love just a little bit more resolution. I'm actually second guessing that now. Yeah, let's leave it there. Let's bake it. See it in motion. Then we'll decide. Okay, so we have our high poly body. Let's go through all of our high poly objects now and ensure we're getting the most out of them by turning up our interesting thought. That works better. We need to compare them one more time, make sure it's looking good. That we can subdiv, 2 more, nice and crisp. That's not going to get any better than that. Subdivide here. There. Oh, that's the sculpt poking through, so we'll have to adjust that. Actually, let's move a subdivision here at the very bottom of our stack. And on our solidify, we will do a fill. Here, let's turn that on there. Boom, nice and crisp. Cool. And shrink wrap here. The ear might take the most work actually to properly make the high poly. And all that. Beautiful, nice and rounded. Boom. We really don't need that much. Missing the pad on the hand. Write that down. And I'll be right back, everyone. Just gonna go to the restroom. I'm cheering you on, Lynn. Got this. My cat. Yeah, orange cat. I'll have to post a picture on Twitter sometime of her because she is beautiful. And she's sitting in the sunlight and just supermodel cat. Let's throw another subdivision here. Let's just see if that can help what we're doing. Particularly, okay, we're going to come back to the ear. I have a feeling some further changes are required. That all looks quite good. Bueno, bueno, bueno. We do need to adjust the sculpt to fit our eyelashes. Maybe that sounds backwards, but I like where the eyelashes are. And we've already set up our eye. Wait. This is challenging. In fact, it's so challenging, I actually don't want to work that way. What we'll do instead is take this high poly object. We're going to isolate them. So I actually made a second eyelash. And we're going to cheat, because why not? Just taking way too much time. So, here. We only have this interior made. I was hoping to have the other side, but okay. Move this back a little ways. Right about here. Okay. Then extrude this backwards, fill that in. Take this edge, extrude it, scale it just a little. That. And removing these points, scale it even more. Move it backwards. Extrude it backwards. Fill. All right, that is nice. And if I hide this, now we can go ahead and just know that we're making something that's going to fill the eyelashes exactly. Smooth that down. Need to be perfect. Guess I want to push this back, actually. There. Boom. Not going to be as sharp as that. Cool. Save that a little bit. Copy that material over. Copy material to selected. All right, right now we're viewing attributes. So I would want to switch to flat. Select this, go to color, remove, add. Bam, add. Okay, back to studio. Awesome. So let's up that subdivision one more time. Mesh it. Combine it. Sorry, I've been quiet. Lol, didn't get a lot of sleep. Oh, you're totally fine. There's no expectations there. I'm being quiet myself, or at least just discussing work stuff. You know what? We can actually make it loads. We can make a little eyelash. That'd be nice. We actually, oh, I have an idea. Let's actually do a little shrinky wrap. Put this up here. Let's unhide this. We're going to shrink wrap to the eyeball. Adjust with this group. There we go. Then we can actually offset it a little bit. If we wanted to create a nice edge. So we can also take this one, move it, this. Beautiful. Cool. That came out well. Dun, dun, dun. Nice. This one's a little busted right here, so let's make sure we have snap mode above surface. Yeah. Cool. I'll never work any other way ever again. Because that was easy. I like easy. Hide that, hide that. Bam. This way I can get a little bit closer to. Should be smoothed. Beautiful. That's going to save me a lot of time. See? Nice. Take a little sip of coffee. Yeah, I think we can do a little bit more here too. Make sure this is nice and bridged together. Make sure it is actually beneath the surface. Beautiful. Mesh. A little bit less distance on that. I'm going to save this. I'm going to duplicate, send this to hidden. So that's just where I've been putting stuff. Mesh this. Combine. Interesting. Remesh again. Cool. Turn it down or revert it one more time. Reduces the final count by simplifying. No, it's double this. I want to kind of fix those little bumps that we can see. I like the little line there, so we'll leave that. Let's bring back everything, and voila! It's almost there. uh, let's make a mask here. Hurt that mask. Mask that a little bit more because do that again. And we'll use the inflate. Just so strong. It's really far to go down to. Maybe I should adjust the eyelash instead. Well, let's get at this. Let's get this back first. Oops. Oop. That's pretty far. Just pull that forward just very slightly. That's not too bad at all. All right. Switch our a little bit. I don't think I had breakfast. I completely forgot. Food. Good. Gonna go have my usual breakfast. Sauerkraut and boiled eggs. This looks good. Okay. I think we're really getting there. Awesome. I'd like to go back to a nicer lighting, please. This tooth is a little too far forward, or at least we need another. So we're going to duplicate that. It's definitely weird that there's so much space. Smooth out some of these. All right. Now we need to ensure that all the changes we did to the face still work with the poly mesh. And we'll do some UV unwrapping for the body. Hi, Pixie. You're in the way. I can't see. Oh, are you flopping? You being a flopper whopper? Here, I'll turn on a webcam for this one. She's got, well, you can't see her, but she's flopping. Oh, Flopsy. What are you doing? It got cold here today, so they've been a little extra cuddly. Don't think they're the biggest fans of the cold. But she's got a big old fur coat, so she can survive it better. like I'll need to do a little bit of retopology anyway. Probably just the front. Just this section right here. So I wonder if we can do some really localized. Good morning, Arctic. Hello. We have snow, lol. Yeah. No snow here, but I had to put on my socks. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? She's upset. Don't do that. Okay. Bevel that. Um, I beveled this. Ah, Pixie, you're stepping on my keyboard. Oh, sorry. Smush your tail. That is heavy. It's probably fine. I don't think I need any more resolution than that. You just want more. Nay. Take it back. All right. Duplicate, apply shrink wrap. Let's switch one more time to here. Looks like we're doing pretty darn good. Let's select the middle. 0.6 SX0. Bada boom. Things are looking good. Maybe just one more loop there. All right. Time for some UV mapping. Dreaded UV mapping, even though I've already done a good chunk of it. So, because we are reusing my meshes. Let's just see what happens when we do that. Nothing good. See, I gotta move you. Anyone watch Pluribus, that new Apple TV show? need to continue the cut here. Mark that seam. Select. Just the leg, please. Just the leg, please. Interesting. Okay, that would still not include our thumb here. Let's see. Okay. There we go. Beautiful. So now, grab all the front toes. This, because we're lazy. It's always better. System. Boom. Live unwrap. Boom. So now we've mapped them. They look good. Now what we want to do is for each of these middle points, right, what we do is we put the cursor here, 6, and that, in this, select the outside, deselect everything, outside these two sections. Next to pin D. Okay, not the best, worst. Good. Awesome. Okay. Now, the only ones we really need to worry about are these middle ones here. In fact, let's grab them all. So we bring them in. Those are the middle points. Something like this. I'm trying to remember. Pixie. She's watching my mouse cursor like she's about to attack. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Here. You can go up here. How's that? Fiercest little predator. It's the middle. Okay. So this would be this point. And that's what it is. And then those middle ones. Cool. 0.8. Like so. Hunter Supreme. Because that includes the middle one. Yes. All right. I see it now. A bot. I do a little bit of an early lunch today because I skipped breakfast. So apologies, but I think in about 15 minutes I'm gonna go my lunch. Brunch. Oh, you beat me to it, Arctic. Thank you. I was literally just about to click it. Much appreciated. All right, look at that. Beautiful. It's a good finger unwrap. I messed up this one though. Beautiful. Let's get this started off. We'll do this. Very nice. That's right about where we would want it. So we'll do this. I have to look at that on the 3D model. Should be basically the same, but not sure. See what this looks like unparenting that. Not too different, so we'll leave it alone. And there we go. There's our leg unwrapped. Let's get the thumb done. Pretty straightforward. Start with this. Beautiful. There's the thumb. Me, I don't need to unwrap this. I'll just leave this a single color, and that means I don't have to apply the modifiers. Also, me applies modifier and spends 2 hours fixing up the UVs, so I can add a barely visible texture to the base color. Debating whether I should have this sway slightly or not. Would look nice, but possibly be nauseating in game. Oh, interesting. You could put it on a Fizzbone that you can collide with. That might be kind of fun. So someone could push you. um, yeah, maybe you could toggle it, just a little toggle. I think some people would really get a kick out of it, and some people would absolutely be nauseated. Ooh, we need to fix up the hand here. Run that shrink wrap one more time. Go over to our wireframe. X. Bada boom. Just even out this spread. That's a little crunchy. A little too crunchy. So good. Got me thinking about making player catapults. Definitely should stay still by default. I really hope that in time that just that issue, the nausea and stuff, really just becomes more of a headset issue. Like I hope there's better display technology eventually that just prevents that completely. I mean, no matter what, there's probably going to be headsets would create nausea just because you can create it in real life. But clearly, it's a little extreme in VR. Set those vectors. Bada bing, bada boom. Looks pretty good. Now let's get to the UV unwrapping. It needs a little bit more. Probably do that a few more times. Oh, right. Do I cut up the front or the back? We're doing the front. Time to deglove. Alarming. Ultimately, some people are super sensitive. We get sick, motion sick from World of Warcraft. Oh, dang. Seeing trampolines. I mean, it's possible Gigas as you bounce it off the end platforms, the cannons, and I've seen trampolines. Volunteers tribute. It's good in VR now, but there are some random things that just send me spinning for some reason. Fascinating. I like using open flight. I'm okay if I'm flat in my wings. As soon as I try to glide, my legs instantly get wobbly and I get that sinking feeling. That's interesting. Hmm. That's fascinating. Actually, I want this one. I see. I see which one I'm supposed to be grabbing. It's this one. That makes more sense. Should not be interconnected. Should be separate. Separate. Should make that a little bit easier to navigate. You okay? Cat hiccup. I always kind of imagined locomotion being a little different in VR. Like when I just before I ever tried VR. Like I feel like I'd want something where you have to lean a little bit, like rather than just using your fingers to move, like you actually have to push your body at least a little bit, like tilt your head or something. I don't know if that'd make motion sickness better or worse though. Probably worse, but I feel like that's still a little bit more of a natural feeling to it. Select these all one more time. I really should see if I can make a selection set for this one's messed up here. Let's deselect again. This is wrong. These are too long. We're cutting in the wrong spot. If you aren't keeping your arms perfectly perpendicular to the ground, you may be turning slightly while gliding. Could be triggering more of that weird sensation. Interesting. Oh, I see. So this line is the middle of the thumb. But it is not the middle. Oh, damn. It's a big chunk of wasted time. Oh. It's always faster the third time. And for this, I'm just going to delete it and select 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 4. Grid fill. Interesting. Oh. Interesting. Why would it? It's definitely a bug. That's a bug. I don't think that's my computer doing that. I think that was a bug. Or Grid fill. Apply. Save. That's fine. All right, and that is definitely the middle now. Okay. I think we got it working now. It always takes me a few times to unwrap hands. Always, always. The right way. Hmm. Maybe it really did flip them. Funny. Why? Hey, CB. Thank you for the subscription. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Kind of a work stream here, so usually we're working. But if you have any questions, let me know. Just chilling right now. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. All right, lunch after this. That is such an annoying selection to get every single time. I'm actually going to save it. Oh my god, are you kidding me? That's annoying. I guess I can't do that. Because if I switch to that mode, it's going to remove my selection. It's silly. I guess so. Can I? There's no like selection sets. Oh, hi. Just violently threw himself up here. You got an hour, buddy. All right. In these. Boom. 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 I can't select things when you're in my arm. Nope. All right, things are looking good. That is my cue for lunch. So thank you everyone for who's been hanging out this morning. Wow, my hair got like poof here since I've been sitting here. Hi, Pixie. I'll be back soon. I'm gonna go eat. I'll be back in about 30, 45 minutes. So see you then. Thanks for hanging out this morning. I'm gonna leave the stream on in the meantime. But see you soon. Bye everyone. Oh boy. Thank you, Arthur. These cats. Sounds good, Wendy. Hope your cat feels better. Thanks for coming by. Good old Oscar. And we'll catch you later. Good luck. I hope everything goes well. But chat with y'all soon. Again, I'll be back soon. All right, I'm back. I had some apple pie. Delicious. Sorry to just be moving this around a bunch, but hard to see. Easier to see things in 3D. So this right here is really the main area that we have an issue with. I think I'm just going to be a little lazy in how this works. We're just going to go in and slice it like that. We're just evening out the spacing here. Let's turn on the high poly. Pretty good. Excuse me. That should work. Goodness. All right, let's continue to look at this UV mapping here. Now we have to update the torso. I think we'll just redo it. Hello, Mahir Goodman. Welcome. Right now we are making a furry avatar for VR chat. Right, we're in the process of UV unwrapping the character. This is kind of this hybrid creature. And we've made most of the characters so far. Bam, bam. And we're getting it set up for baking. Getting the file set up, that is. Yeah. Kind of reminds me of Lilo and Stitch and how the style came out. I was unwrapping the body. Excuse me. How's your day going? It's funny and cute. Well, good. My cat's here. Were you in the sink? Were you in the sink? Hit me with fuzz. Where are you from? I'm from Turkey. I'm from Texas, or that's where I live right now. What part of Turkey? Not super familiar with its geography, but it's always fun to connect internationally. It's like we've got an opening right here and right here. That is the seams. Let's see, we've got these seams here. Oh. Excuse me. Goodness. All right, there we go. That should be a pretty decent unwrap of the body. Maybe a little bit more shrinkage right here so we can get that tummy to be flat right there. The UV map of it. And then kind of shrink this a little bit. Oops. Boom. Istanbul. Or is it Constantinople? Istanbul. Constantinople. Um, It's well, a good chance you're familiar with it, but the song. All right, let's fill up our UV map, placing everything as best we can. We still have to fit a decent amount of other objects onto our UV map. Yes, Pixie. What do you want? What are you doing, huh? Oh. Ah. Typesetter. I've heard that in Turkey there's a lot of cats. That's broken. Here. Most people say Constantinople. Most of them are Greek, but basically, or actually, both are of Greek. Interesting. Excuse me. Good. Good. Yeah, cats are funny creatures. A little goofy, but lovely. Sometimes. Unless they're about to be fed. And they're just little crazed demons, but do I apply the bevel now? First, we actually need to move it around with the high poly ear. Make sure things are fit properly. We'll go with that. And then in here, we'll apply that bevel, apply the weld, and we'll actually have to do a decent amount of cleanup still. So you have this very intense bevel back, and then also here. You're familiar with Blender? Mostly what I work on here, just doing Blender stuff. Merge by distance. That should allow me to unwrap them now. Something like this might do the trick. which is pretty far out. Could squish it like this, make a nice rectangle. Sorry about that. Actually, I'm a dog person, but sometimes I love cats even more than dogs. I grew up with dogs, and they're lovely, but they just require a bit more attention, which isn't a bad thing. I guess it depends on how you look at it, actually. Some ways less, some ways more. All right, those two are unwrapped. This one, we'll actually need to apply a few things. Let's apply that subdivision, shrink wrap, solidify. Unwrap again. Beautiful. We didn't even make a back to these yet, so let's do that now. What's the best way to do that? I think we just close it up first. One too many. Cool. Here we go. Hmm. Here, it's hurt my back. Remember correctly, some cats have a Toxoplasma gondii parasite. I've heard that as well, something that makes you find them cute. I believe it. Do this one. Triangle. Triangle. Learns information from Evra Agachi, a Turkish YouTuber living in Texas. Interesting. It's always interesting hearing about all the other. It's like obviously there's tons of different YouTube channels out there. It's kind of interesting to learn what they'll end up doing. 4 million subscribers. Ooh, good for him. That's quite a bit. Stretch. Bam. His son is famous in Turkey. Okay, gotcha. And I guess I could merge it. Yeah, I should. Bam. Okay. That's certainly a lot to a lot of people. I think I just broke. I'm about to hit 1,400 subscribers on YouTube. Catching it. Like this is too far back. Let's move it. Some of them blend nicely. Cool. Autocure is going to cause me a lot of trouble one day. No. No. You got some time. Finding my phone. Right back. You're early, kitty cat. Early. Take pictures of my cats. Pixie. Pixie. She's not looking. Pixie. Is there time now? Okay, let us continue. Oh. She just jumped up. She's an angry cat. That's all. She's not angry. Okay. Body low poly. What are our stats right now? 44,000. That sounds about right. Shall continue. UV unwrapping. Certainly more to do. I'm going to do this side. Do something like this. Guess I could cut open these ones. Make that unwrap a little bit easier. And do something like they're both sitting on me here. This one, the other one behind me. Oh, goofballs. Oh, I click something. All right. A little rough. A little rough. I think we'll Yep, I think we'll just leave it like this. It's pretty straight overall. When I'm working, I usually watch those black hole videos. By the way, what is Texas? Or rather, what is America like? It's a lot of different things. A little different depending on where you are. Yeah, it's as far as I can tell, it's okay. I think I have some complaints, but I mean, who doesn't have complaints about where they grew up? This one shared information, perfect. It's really easy. Boom. Done. All the fingers are unwrapped. Let's actually switch to texture. That way, I can add a ridge texture for the UVs. Right now, it's cold. Now it's quite cold. Entering winter right now here, so I'm sure you are as well. But that's the UV texture. Messed it up. Let's back up. UVs and color grid. Boom. There we go. So my country is currently in an economic crisis and is full of corruption cases. I want to be happy knowing that there are people in this world who live a good, clean, or live a good and decent life. Well, all my income's just from doing internet stuff. But that is rough. It's definitely rough. I mean, there's definitely some similar issues here in a lot of ways. Does it open the texture? Blender, open image. don't want it to load anything. Email. Does it normally do that? I got a layout here. Split it. I know, but I just hope it will not experience such things in the future. Maybe our grandchildren will not experience anything like this. I certainly think that, there's always change. There's always change. It's really the only thing you can count on. Things won't be the same. Doesn't necessarily mean they get better, but it has the chance to get better. Just takes some doing sometimes. Does it do that? It's because I have this selected. Can I? So I'm going to remove it for now. Update other affected window spaces automatically to reflect changes. So no way to prevent that. I don't want to see the UV picture every time. I just want to see it here. So you're interested in history or manga? I don't read manga much anymore, but I definitely read a lot of it when I was younger. Naruto, Bleach, a lot of that stuff. Yeah, I love comics. Akira's probably, I mean, it goes without saying, but it's one of the best. Full Metal Alchemist, that's a great one. That's a great one. Full Metal Alchemist. Metal Alchemist. There we go. That looks pretty good, the mouth. Overall, pretty darn good. It's nice starting from a UV map. That certainly saves a ton of time. And then history, I do like history as well. I find that I really have only been reading history nowadays. Um, there's something about, like, fiction is great for a while, but I do think that learning about things that actually happened you gain more appreciation for that the more time passes. It's like, oh dang! Like I read a book recently where Teddy Roosevelt, one of the U.S. presidents, went on this basically quest in the Amazon to find the source of a river, and nearly killed him the whole journey. Killed him, nearly killed him and his son. It's just amazing that they tried it at all. And then just learning all this stuff, like people living in the Amazon, how crazy difficult that is, and I don't know, makes you appreciate things, I guess. Also, the Russian Revolution. I read a really good book on that recently. Well, recently, within the last few years. I really should be reading more. I feel like I've reached this point with like consuming social media, especially because I like create a lot of posts and I'm streaming all the time and stuff. It's like being online, consuming stuff, uh, and like passively, like on Instagram or whatever, just really has gotten a lot less appealing lately. Probably a good thing. I'd like to think so. Yeah. I don't know if you can hear my cat. If you want to learn, I give you some information about Turkish history. If you have a book to recommend, I don't think will be able to pay attention right now for like any spoken stuff, but or type stuff. But yeah, if you have a book or something, be interested in checking it out. Hmm, that should be slicing it better. Something. Oh, of course, I have to cut that. That always gets me. I know, buddy. I know. You're so hungry. Not gonna lie, it's adorable to hear him meow and whine. Isn't that right? He doesn't agree. It's not. Oh, sound my cat yells at me. You're gonna get rid of the mirror on this one. something like that. Summers actually originates from Central Asia, from the Altai group, largest thing founded by the Turks, the Great Seljuk Empire, the Ottoman Empire, and the Hun Empire in Europe and Asia, and the Timurid Empire. Interesting. Know a bit more about the Ottomans, but too much. It's a book I read. The Byzantines? Do, let's say B underscore and do underscore A. Still have a few things that are not wrapped properly. I did that one. Did not do these ones. Do, 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 do. Right. All right, Pixie, I need you to scoot up. Scooch. Thank you. No, no. I don't mind them sitting there, but eventually they're like making me lean forward and hurt my neck. Can you scoot up? Scoot up a little. Thank you. Okay, let me undo that quick. I'll select the body. Or actually, I'm gonna select everything but the body. Move that out. Okay. Now with just these large items selected, just organize it by, that's the eyeball. Ooh, actually. Okay, good. Make sure I'm adjusting the right map. Beautiful. It's interesting. I think you asked me what it's like being in America. I think one of the things that is kind of very different is we don't have that kind of history. I think America likes to think it does, but we really don't. Besides for Native Americans, it's like everything's less than basically 500 years old here. You know what? Ships came over here in the 1500s, something like that. So, yeah, 500 years. Which really is not a lot of time. If you count stuff by generations, what, like every 100 years is 3 to 5 generations, something like that. Could be even longer or much shorter, but that's really not that many. It's not that long. We're going to take this one and rotate it so we get a little bit more space to fit everything else. The world belongs to all of us, my friend. Everyone has killed someone for a little piece of land in this world. No one should boast about it, but it's nice to look at those who have landed in America and experience it. Interesting. America. Experience it. Yeah. There's a book that was quite popular here in the United States called Guns, Germs, and Steel. And kind of like goes over a lot of the what led to just a sudden rise of industrialization and things like that. Pretty fascinating read. Might have some bias, but it's interesting. Oh, look kind of old now. Wow. Okay, you gotta go down. Give me a bit. I'm gonna have to feed them in just a little bit. Because it's time. They're getting antsy. Not sitting still. Cats. So for our claws here, we'll go actually for all these and these. We will make single user. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Spaghettios. One is missing. Who is this one here? Interrupt these ones. Guess not. Alright, simple. Right, select them all again. Single user. Bam. Go ahead and average and tool. Okay. World belongs to all of us, my friend. Everyone is. No, I read that. And I'll give you another piece of information. There is another member of the Altai group, includes Turks, Japanese, Mongolians, and this member lives near land. Guess what? Native Americans, right? Came over on the ice bridge between Eurasia and North America. Or at least Eskimos. I would assume Native Americans in general, but That's my guess. That's my guess. Oh, interesting. Ha! Victory! I got one right. I'll take it. Yeah, it's interesting. There's a that manga. If you like manga, you might be familiar. You know better than me, bro. I doubt that. But was it something Golden Way? Kamui Golden Way, something like that. Um, and it talks about the indigenous Japanese population, um, and kind of just has some really interesting historical stuff in it. It's an interesting little pattern. I don't know how well this is gonna mesh with everything else, but they're not this big. But the claw, this is a finger, and the beans should be like just about that big. All right. I think we'll put them at the very top. Seems nice and compact. Yeah. Hey, Pixie. Oh, I messed up. What we know now is they lived in Central America, Asia at one time. Oh my goodness. Of course, this does not mean they were Turks or Mongols, but they were kind of like my cousins. Gotcha. I was really struck by this idea recently of like I think in a way we're kind of biased with how we think about what, not in like a culture sense, but in like a biological sense. We kind of think of ourselves as like new, but you really could make the argument that like when an animal reproduces, that is actually that same animal or some sort of commingling of them. Um, it's not like a new animal, and I kind of like that perspective because then if you if you take it if you kind of think of it creates a very direct link between you and your ancestors because it's like you really are that same creature for the most part, you know. Uh, it, I don't think that Earth really is the creation of a brand new creature. I think it. Anyway, I like that thought because then you really gives you a lot to think about when you're like considering, oh, like my ancestors did this or that, or um, you know, at one point we were frogs or pond scum or whatever, with that evolution and all that insight there. Yeah, it's fun to think about. fact, this information is supported by the fact that Indians and most tribes are nomads and shamans. Interesting. Makes sense. Kind of a similar culture. Or like historically. Let's put these down here. Fill up that space nicely. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe we'll put these down there. All right, that's a lot of beans. That's a lot of beans. We'll do this one. This one should be a bit bigger. If I had thought that much. And we actually are missing one of these. We'll need one more. See the hand bean. Whoa. Teeth? Probably. Well, I appreciate the trivia. I don't know which Native Americans have these characteristics. I cannot watch cowboy movies. I always wonder why these guys made me feel. We all walked out of the savannah together, literally. Back when we were all one person. Isn't that weird? You could say at some point we were all the same creature, organism, or human, or before, or that. Love the Cowboys more. Oh. Well, I'm sure there's a lot of Texans that would have liked to hear that. But when I come back and say I want to be a Texas cow. Well, sorry, cat just scared me. Certainly a lot of cowboy activities going on around here. Objects is non-uniform scale. What is this? This must be the tongue. Dun, dun, dun. One thing is, the first comics I bought were Texan comics. What comics are those? Ah, like Tex character or Tex Avery. Tex Avery was a very famous, probably Texan and animator, Looney Tunes and stuff. Tex Oh, here's Theo. Oh yeah, whiny baby. The Texas Train Attack book. Interesting. What's this? Little piece of lenses. I guess this will go. But I don't know if you can. He's just like wildly whining. Silly baby. Apologize again on behalf of my Autodesk keyboard. There will be an attack on the Tex train. Interesting. Well, good. I've always thought that comics are super underrated as a medium. There's not many things that get you to like embrace an idea or something as well as comics, especially like action comics. Like, I feel like I love action movies, but I've never watched an action movie that I feel was like more impactful than a just like a manga comic fight. I feel like they're just more, you're in there. You're the one making the sound effects in your head. Like inherently a little bit more personal. Excuse me. All right, let's take a look at them two first.
What's wrong with this keyboard?
Do both of these. Then let's take all the teeth and we'll say unstack. Actually, we'll do just the upper teeth first. Oh boy, those are crunchy. All right, these are not done anyway. Go ahead. See, you're laying right on my arm. Yes. What do you want? Bad sounding. Am I a believer? I am not. Big fan of Christopher Hitchens. That gives you any insight there. I think, well, I got a lot of opinions, but suffice to say, I don't find religion all that compelling. I have no problem with people feeling the world is divine, or that maybe there's some greater purpose, but I think religion has a habit of getting way too involved in people's business. Oh, I would say agnostic. I just don't think that I don't think anything divine would look as human as religions would like us to believe. Invert that. Straighten this. Excuse me. Is that a doubling up? No, I don't think so. Should have done all these teeth in one go. How about you? You're an atheist? Okay. Okay. I was just about to ask. Well, if you haven't come across his work before, Christopher Hitchens, that's his name. Has some really really fun. I think he's hilarious. Some really fun commentary. Kind of an old time atheist. Old time. This is a bit crunched. Not sure how well that would bake, but we'll go with it for now. I can say that the number of atheists and agnostics in my country will increase in the coming years, valid not only for country, but for the whole world, and that makes me happy. I definitely think it's on the rise as well. Though, Texas, it's definitely a lot more of a religious place you could be in America. One of the more religious places you can be in America. Despite it having a strong history of atheism, starting with Sam Clemens, aka Mark Twain. Yeah, very, very Christian. Good portion of America still is. Okay. My cats are staring at me, begging. I have to go feed them really quick. I'll be back in just a moment. Won't be long. All right, I returned. Cats are fed, satiated for now. For now. Oh, well, if you stop, take a shower, come back and read what I wrote above. In the sky, Tengri. Interesting. Most Turk state school outside number 8 precinct even. Sky Tengri? I'm not sure what that is. I want to say your cat, but this keyboard is driving me crazy. Well, I can relate to tech being upsetting. That's for sure. It's always annoying to have to redo all the teeth weight painting or UV mapping. Happens more often than you'd think. Beautiful. Next one. I guess I could just rotate this. Just to make sure. I think this one's already good to go. These ones are as well. Okay, let's not touch those. This one is busted. Mucho busted. Oh. It would take me a while to get in the shower. My brother is a toilet. I'll be here for another hour. Yeah. That might be a medical issue if your brother's in the toilet for an hour. I messed up the tongue. Well, I didn't mess it up. Good fit to bounds. Select. Unstack. Still have one broken one. Where's that one? Damn it. I guess I could link object data. Wait. Yeah. Link object data. And then make single user. Okay, so let's stack them one more time. Bit unstack. All right, pretty good. Then this one, two, and one more. We'll wait a little bit on that. Cool. Awesome. What? That's the top. Okay, so here's the top teeth. Here's the bottom teeth. Bam, we'll take all of them and shrink them very slightly so we get some better spacing. Okay. Now, enable everything. We're looking a little more organized. Beautiful. Still got this. I don't know what that is. Okay. We'll deal with that one a little later. Could try to fit them in here. Here. I like this side. I think it will be better. Good. Right, keyboard. There's a trope for me because I tried to explain the automatic keyboard error for 5 hours. Boom. Boom. Shrink this. Let's put the gums in right here. It's pretty good. And this one. And these ones. It reminds me of like dice. I think this will actually be best right here. Beautiful. There we go. How long have I been broadcasting this? If it still says my original stream date, it must be getting up to a few years at this point. um, but I stream pretty much every weekday. So every Every day of the week, I'm streaming usually. Doing the grind. Well, I don't make my money from streaming. So some aspects of it are easier. Mostly get my people pay me to make their characters for them. So that's what I'm doing right now. Making this character for one of my clients. It's definitely challenging work, but I love it. I love video games, love that kind of stuff. Just not anything they're doing, but it seems difficult. It's taken a while to learn. I'd say that much. Safely say that much. There. Hmm. So we have our character. Oops. Here. So I have this like furry character. And in order to paint a character, you need to create two versions of a 3D model. Traditionally, you can take a 3D model and you unwrap it. So you get, like, for example, the arm here. If I select the arm, this is the unwrapped version. So we have the 3D version here on the right, and then this is the flat version. And so you paint the flat version because it's a 2D image, like a painting, and then it samples that information and displays it on the 3D model. And we're pretty close to done with the body at least. Made good progress today. Both understood, and did not understand. I will not lie. That's okay. That is a okay. Um, this is definitely there would be a lot to explain for it to be fully clear. Sorry to yawn. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Send this to Substance Painter. Rename. Send that. Copy So that's low poly. Doesn't have an exporter at all. All right, so now we have the two objects, or the two sets of objects. I'm going to export all collections. I don't know if you'll lambing in the background. That's my cats. Startled me.
What are you doing in there?
I set up boxes in the living room for them. They have like little places to explore. Cute. I don't know if you're happy about not getting many views, but for now I'm happy. We can talk privately for nothing, bro. Well, for me, I want to grow what I'm doing, of course. Um, but I definitely am in a space where I just have to fight hard for that uh, awareness, you know? Like, but for me, I just want to be good. I just want to be really good at what I do. That's like all it's really about. I love making stuff and I can't stop. Probably be easier if I did, but I just and I do feel like things are at this point kind of turning around too. A lot of the YouTube short videos that I'm making are getting seen a lot more, which is really cool. Um, I'm excited. I am excited. I'm starting to figure out how to market myself properly, which is cool. All right. Low poly mesh plane 04. We're missing some of the beans and the nose. Ooh, excuse me. All right, that should match up two of them. Then what else was missing? Bean foot index high. That would be on this collection. Then here we've got this. I don't want to be like that. Would rather this. Copy, duplicate, send this over to body high poly. And here, high, that. All right. All right. Now export both of them again. One thing I want to know about my life myself is that since I always want to be a historian or a scientist, my current dream is to be an anthropologist. I think that there's never been a better time to start getting into science. You do anything with math, probably going to be fine. It'll be just fine. Bean, foot, index, high. Still missing one. Let's see. It's the low poly. It's not refreshing my mesh properly. Yeah. I think history is great. I think you'll find, I think science, especially applied sciences, very cool. Like, hello, Jeannie, welcome. Been reading a lot about how in the Amazon in South America, they're now doing these large scans of the rainforest using LiDAR, which is can see underground. And there's discovering just huge cities that are just completely grown over now. But pretty fascinating because it's clear that there's been some. Not only have there been people in South America for a long, long time, but definitely continent scoped civilizations that are just kind of being rediscovered, which is super cool. Super cool. We are more than just what humanity is now, including the gods qualify as real. There's more in our roots. Gotcha. Yeah, I would say so. I understand what you're saying. Ooh, this looks good. Look at that bake. High quality. All right. Things are looking good. Love how the eyes came out. I think that looks really good. Face is awesome. I'll have to move certain things around because when we bake, we don't really want the teeth in the mouth, and the eyes should be floating as well. So we don't. There's just certain things we don't want to get baked on them. The hands are a little rough right there. Oop, that is the high poly. Yeah, look at that. That would do it. There we go. Beautiful. For years now, we thought we came to Anatolia in the 1100s AD, but new research found that Turks lived in these lands even in 10,000 BC. Let's take this and I'm going to scale this down a little ways in order to, or scale it up. In order to increase our resolution. Good. Then here. All right. Good resolution on the breast. The butt's a little stretched right there. But we'll see how the bake comes out. Our name is mentioned in the Sumerian records at Turuk Kingdom. Wow. 10,000 BC. Some people would be very upset the idea that the Earth is older than that. It's just insane to me. Right. Things are looking pretty good. The bake's baking properly. What is there to do? What we need to do now is actually create a series of patterns. So we're going to switch our shading to attribute. And we're going to start making a set of objects to create this pattern. And in fact, I will have to redo my UV map because the pattern on the body is asymmetrical. I may even create a second UV map just for our pattern. Only regret regarding such matters is that people equate the Middle East today with the past, and this includes assuming them. Interesting. I think every area's got a lot more history and peoples than anyone on the outside can assume. The knuckles should be fixed there. Oh, excuse me. Getting a little crunchy right there. Cruncharoon. I think we're missing the high poly of that object. Definitely missing the high poly of both of these. Open up the eyelash. Bam. Actually, go the other way. And we'll say link object data. Other way. Okay. Redo the UV map then. That's okay. Data. I'll be right back. One moment. Change shirts. To judge my country, my race without knowing anything about me or my history is and best on their own minds. And this is borderline. Not quite sure what I mean by borderline, but I do think that the human mind is unfortunately biased to simplifying the world around it. And that leads to a lot of unfortunate consequences. Oh no, there's no back to this. Damn. That's okay. Redo this then. That's okay. Do that real quick. Bridge. Close this up. There. And fill this. That's goofy. Cut, cut, cut. Slice here, slice there, slice there. And then we're going to, we need to close these up first. Dedicated my day to Roman Italian history when Italian friend or girlfriend did this to me. Italian friend of a girlfriend did this to me. Gotcha. I started yelling loudly. I don't know if you can hear him. I think she just climbed up the back of the door. Thanks. She's being bad. Being a little bad baby. Bam. Excuse me. Oops. Only told him about Remus and Romulus, and he closed the topic with me there. In what way? this one. Actually, we'll leave that. And then let's make sure our vertex paint is good. And bam. Oh, this should give us perfect UV map. I already unwrapped it. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. Oh, and we'll do that. So now, oh, I hate that it has that image. I don't want to see the image. The brothers Cain and Abel, both of whom were now the founders of the novel. Two men did not found Rome in a place of laughter and daisies. I don't think Romans believe that Cain and Abel are the founders, especially since they were largely against Jewish theology. So yeah. That's just what the Romans do. But bam. A very different fable, either way. Yeah. This one's still. Oh, I see. It's this little guy. I think we'll just select the back here. That seam. Bam. And then just remove their seam. Unwrap. Pin. Crank. Bam. And now we've got this one here. Bada bing, bada boom. So along mountain bound like themselves, planted surrounding villages, regions, state of that time, can every one of these will given priority in society. Rome has a long history of doing that. Taking people, enslaving them, then converting them to Roman, quotation marks. It's kind of how they built their entire empire. One of the big questions of Rome was who was Roman? Because it was you could work or become a citizen relatively easily, and then at least easy in the sense that if you were a slave and you were indebted, if you worked off your debt, then you were you could enter the workforce and you had rights. You were a citizen at that point, and very different type of culture surrounding that thing back then. I'm a little skeptical that Cain and Abel is the same myth story. There might be parallels. They may have influenced each other as stories, but I'm a little skeptical that they were one and the same story. kind of a tough spot to put that. I guess just the eye goes here. This. Excuse me. Rotate this one. We'll just put this here for now. I think you'll find that that's how the founding of most nations goes. I mean, you look at the rise of Islam and stuff. That's not a slight. It's just that's how that empire came about. Conquest and pillaging. Same is true, like you were saying, the Huns. I mean, that's just how wealth is transferred from one nation to another over time in a historical context. All right. And we've got all the teeth in order. Okay. So the fur is good. We just need to fix up the ear. I guess we'll fill in this spot. Really want to. Well, I need to fill it on the high poly. So let's go over to the high poly object and do this one. And no different Islam. Kucheba massacred thousands of Turks, not only for the Islam, but also made most of them slaves because he did not like it. Bam, bam, bam. That's not it. Okay, so now we have the shrink wrap on both sides. I do not want the bevel on the high poly. So we get rid of the weld. We can apply the shrink wrap. Don't need the data transfer. We can turn up that subdivision count. But we're going to switch to flat, go to vertex paint, and we're going to set that to the body color. So, beautiful. Excuse me. Well, no, take it back. We'll stay this color, but just this color. Yeah. Then we'll take our inner ear and yeah, it's got to be this one. Duplicate, separate this section here. We can change the vertex paint on. Let's turn on that reference image. Set vertex colors. Sample this here. Set. And set. Bam. And then solidify. No. Shrink a wrappy onto the ear. Solidify. Like so. Out. And I'll actually just do one subdivision here. So I can add another here. Right after that. Then switch to different view, studio. Now, cool. We've got this like little indent for body here. We can shrink that down. That should give us a nice look. We just need to copy the name properly. So it should be ear, high, underscore, inner ear. Oh. Do I turn off back faces? I think either way I'll turn off. Do that. Only rim. Yeah. No, that should work. Cool. Can't see that. First World War has not changed in the same way that Arabs were rebelled against the Ottomans, who had brought order in lands for years and killed hundreds of Turks on the railways. Hey, these freaking cats. Oh, excuse me. Boom, boom, boom. Cool. Now let's actually push this down. Don't really want to see this at all. Hopefully that won't interfere too badly. Fingers crossed. Let's do this last side. I don't think any country is going to look very good based on the things they did during war. All right. So everything, we have a equal high poly object for each low poly object. Got well, the low poly, everything is mapped. Oh, excuse me. Anything else to do? I think that's about it. We can start exporting again. So save, select everything, and export all collections. Excuse me. We'll update over here. Oh, we need to move some items. So let's go here. Custom properties for the world. We'll add a property which we'll call remove bake. And it'll just be a Boolean. And we'll call this driver for bake settings / positions. Bam. Okay. So, for example, teeth, we have set position, right? Or bake position. So let's select everything and let's just turn that on. Interesting. It's almost perfect, actually. Let's select everything with bake position selected. We will delete that driver. Go here, copy this as driver. Copy as new driver. And paste driver. Then copy this to selected. So close yet so far. Why isn't it working for the other ones? Let's just select all of them and say remove animation. Damn. Remove drivers. Little Quartz Creations, welcome. Thought I missed my year thread. All I know is we wrote at a dark brought us out First World War, made my country secular, modern state, and region like the Middle East, gave women the right. Well, none of it's certainly a given. But hello, Quartz Creations, welcome, welcome. We're working on this avatar right now, getting the body created, and we're setting things up for baking. We actually got an initial bake done. It's looking pretty good. So we're just going in and getting the rest of the details in. I really hope I'm not going to have to move all of these by hand. That would be a bummer. But I got to do it. So I got to do it. Go here. Paste driver. Let's do it one at a time. Paste driver. Paste driver. Oop. It's looking good. Dragon mouse, more of a hybrid creature. Not entirely sure. Well, I appreciate your interest in sharing history, Mahira, but I'm not super engaged in your history lesson currently. So I think you're welcome to, you know, I don't need to be convinced of anything currently. Hey, what are you two doing? Her tail is so fluffed. Pixie, you got a fluffy tail. Thank you for listening. Give me your attention. Absolutely. Absolutely. I do like discussing history. But I don't think I'm giving it my full attention when I'm juggling some work at the moment. I wish I could paste these. Can I do this? Paste driver. Copy driver to select. Why are these grayed out? Oh yeah, because they're disabled. But it's just that one. Can I remove the driver? Delete driver. Copy to selected. Damn. Why can't I get rid of that for all of that? I'll look that up really quick. Remove drivers from all objects. Blender. make a script. I really don't want to make a script. Okay, well, I guess we're stuck doing this. Or, can't copy the modifiers easily because they all have different positions on the curve. All right, one at a time. Bada boom, bada boom. Paste, and paste, and paste. Go. So close. So far. Bam. Woo. That was a lot of clicking just then. Now we can move. Okay, so now we can toggle things. Beautiful. Let's just make sure our different groups have the same settings here. So we'll want to go to, let's disable both of these, and then just enable teeth, the upper teeth for both these. Okay, so look pretty good. This is in the wrong collection. Upper. This one should be right there. Awesome. Okay, so those look pretty good actually. I think the uppers are just fine. Let's leave one of them on, go to the lower. And on the lowers, we'll go here and copy all to selected. So now we've got this nice spacing. We're missing this one. All right. Then we can take our eyeball. Oop. Only have the one eye. Aslan. Talking about history, philosophy, and paleontology, no one listens to the end. My friends usually start making jokes, cheer up the atmosphere, and none of them like to be serious. I think a lot of reality is already so serious. I like seriousness. My friends are like, I wish we could go back. Not quite sure what you mean by that. I feel like I'm gonna be walking into some sort of gotcha. Bam. There's the other eyeball. Oops, other way. Copy all the selected. And then copy all to selected. There we go. Oh. Interesting. I have offset selection and bake position. I just want bake position. I guess the offset was for the other stuff. Where'd my teeth go? Oh, really not that far up. Interesting. Oh shit! Did I move the? No, no, no. They're all in the right spot. Okay, they're both there. Which means that this would be their starting position or saved position. If we turn on the bake again, they're still in different spots. But I only have the one. And that's the same. Okay. So I'm just going to there we go. That's what it was. The scale had not been applied. Good. Now they're in the same spot. We can exit here. Yeah, not quite sure what you're saying at this point, but it's okay. Got a little bit of a smudge right there on the high poly. Okay, so now export all collections. Not exactly sure what part of it I'm supposed to find funny. Did I move the nose? The nose, yeah, I did move it a little bit. It's just right there. Go ahead and bake again. Should get some really nice results now. Okay. Hey, still got this little crunchy spot, but the fingers should look better. A little bit of crunch still. Hmm. Let's look at the bake again. Should be able to do a automatic now, which for the most part is pretty good. The horns are a little goofy. I'm guessing at this point that you're just being racist, and I'll ask you to take that elsewhere. We need to move the glasses and the ears up as well. So this here. Copy this over here. Then we'll do the same. Should have done that with all of them selected. So do this. Bam. Interesting. They're going to be offset as the local position is different. Hmm. I guess I could apply the position at this point. They're not going to be moving. So let's go back really quick. Control A, all transforms. E, keep it clear. Copy. Ooh. Yeah, that's fine. And then copy. Selected. Boom. Perfect. So now they've gone straight up. And we can continue to just move them up. Copy all to selected. And take these ones. Move them over this way. Just a little out. Cool. Then we've got these guys. And copy all to selected. Bada boom. So close. Looks like we still have these ones here to do this too. There we go. Yay. We're doing it. Slowly but surely. All right, 2:04. And the day is just going by. We're doing pretty good though. We pretty much are going to be done with baking, the baking setup. Not baking, but we'll be able to start getting into painting tomorrow, which is exciting. Excuse me. Hmm. paste. Driver. There we go. So now we can do this. Nice. Export all collections. That should be final set. Not quite sure where you're going with that, Mahir. Oh, back. Is that this? Let's look at Painter. Why are we getting this crunch right here? That would be on the body. Basically be right here. I don't see anything actually. I suppose so. Oh, okay. I see what's going on. It's a very interesting little spot right here. How do I get it to behave properly? I think I have to cut this. That's the only way that'll work properly. Loading. Loading, loading, loading. Oh, I didn't actually refresh the mesh. There we go. I do not want to bake, actually. I just want to go back here. Gorgeous. Still missing the palm object. But it looks like these are getting baked better. I feel like this should probably be extended. We should extrude out the high poly so that we don't get this edge. Nice. Okay. Things are looking very good. So back here, let's do that hand. It'd be nice to just be completely done with our bake setup after this. And we won't do a line rotation, we'll just paste it, shrink it. All right. Look at that. Gorgeous stuff. Let's rename. And we'll do bean and soul, or bean and low. Work, yeah. Bam. Maybe a little bit bigger. Then we'll Shift D duplicate this. Actually, that's a lie. Do Alt D. Rename this to high. And send this over to there. Right. Save. Export all collections. Well, let's export all the high poly. Doesn't bother me at all that all my friends aren't smart. In fact, the way I meet people like you or talk about things I want to talk about this way. Gotcha. Well, there's I don't know. I don't know what the reality is for you, but libraries and schools are great places to meet people that are around you that might libraries especially, you know, if you feel that you're kind of looking to meet people that will help you learn things or stuff like that, I would go make connections at universities and things like that. Because that's exactly the kind of people they want to talk to. That being said, it is important to have your buddies. As long as they're treating you right. So, one more export for everyone. Bada boom. And then I think we'll try to set up the tail. Let me actually, I might have to run in here. In 15 minutes. Okay. Hello, Zoom. Really on the toilet that long? Sounds like a health problem. Well, enjoy your day, Mahir. I'll probably be gone by the time you get back. So, good luck with your studies. And hello, Zoom. Welcome. Hello, hello. Hope you're having a wonderful day. We're baking this character here. Getting close to finished. My God. That's my cat. I could show off the... You did catch me pretty close to before the end of my stream though. But I did finish this avatar recently, if anyone wants to check that out. Nice little portfolio images here. Ow. Oh. Hi. What are you doing? Yeah, probably about 15 minutes, maybe a little bit sooner. Yeah, you always catch me towards the end, Zoom. But that's okay. Has life been treating you well, Zoom? I hope it has. Last I've heard, you've been doing pretty well, so hope that has continued. Still a little bit of crunchiness right in the fingers. Awesome new stuff. Thank you. That should be this area. Maybe it's these edges. Maybe this needs its own. So change. There's a lot of stretching right there. Hmm. Oh, he's so happy right now. Hi. I don't know. Can you hear him purring? He is actually purring up a storm. Yeah, you are. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Talking about you. Ah, please hurt me. Okay. I'm working. I'm working right now. Oh, there he is. Happy boy. Looks a bit better. That looks better. All right, it is definitely improved. Improved. All right, let's take the base layer. I actually got to get going. So let's not do anything. Let's just get going. Ah. Oh. Ah. I'm like a little jungle gym. Oh. You just need some loving. You just need some loving. All right, I'm gonna get going. Everyone, thank you all for hanging out. Tons of good progress today, but I do got to get going. Got to get on the road. So Zoom, hope you're having an amazing time. Anyone else that's lurking out there, I hope you all have an amazing day. And
My cat is going nuts. Nice seeing you. Hi. See ya. Enjoy your day, Zoom. Good to see you as well. And, my cat says hi. He says hello. Meow, 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 meow. Bye. Bye. But have a good one.